Oh my. I believe we are live again. Hello. We're playing Metroid Prime again. Let's start. Yesterday was a bit nerve-wracking, but I'm ready to give it another try. For full transparency, I did look up, a little bit where to go after yesterday, because I was quite literally stumbling around in the dark. And I wanted to make sure I didn't spend the next 2 hours, running around the map, not knowing where to go. I didn't look too far ahead, though, so that way there should still be a good amount of me figuring out the game. I think that's quintessential to the Metroid experience. Also, yesterday some people left some nice messages in the chat. I'm sorry that I didn't read them. I wasn't actually looking at the chat yesterday, because I was both a bit nervous about first time streaming alone, and also because I quite honestly did not expect anybody to show up. So I just thought, well, nobody's going to say anything, so why even bother pulling it up? So I'm going to pull up the chat a little bit later to see if there are any comments. If not, that's fine. I'm not expecting a whole lot. But I did write down a notepad of some of the things said in the chat that I would like to respond to, because I think that some people made some interesting comments, as well as asked interesting questions that are worth talking about. I think that's kind of the benefit of having an audience as opposed to zero audience. It's sort of like when an improv troupe or something asks for a prompt from the audience. It's a little difficult to create something from nothing, but as long as you're given like a prompt or like a question that you can grab from the audience or a comment or something like that, that's something you can jump off of. Something you can work off of, something you can jump off of. It gives you material. In other words, it's like, it's very easy to spontaneously be like, this is a thing we're going to talk about right now. But it's easier when like the audience comes in and is like, this is something I'm thinking about, and you can respond to that and be like, this is also what I'm thinking about, blah 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 blah. Anyway, what I looked up was, I believe, coincidentally, I happened to save in the pretty much exact right place where I needed to be. I was very lucky in that regard. So what I actually need to do is go over here, and there should be like a panel that's hidden by infrared. And now that we have the visor... Yep, there it is. I can see it. Square statue is worn and weathered. Scan indicates the presence of a power conduit beneath the statue. So I believe if I shoot it... Oh no. I may have read something wrong on the wiki. This door has no power. A nearby... Hold on. This door has no power. Nearby power conduit must be energized for it to open. A blast from an electrical energy will energize the conduit. The conduit radiates some heat that is invisible to the normal spectrum. Oh, well, hold on. I believe what it said was I needed super missiles? But I've never actually used super missiles, so that's going to be a problem. In fact, I think I got a pop-up last time that said I needed to upgrade them to use super missiles. So I may actually have to do some backtracking before we can even go anywhere. I see. Well, that's a definitive direction as to where to go, if nothing else. Hold on while I check my not the internet for this answer. Apparently we have more errands to run today. Interesting. I should already have them. I didn't know this was going to be a problem. I apologize. I would have come more prepared if I had known. I see. Oh, I remember. I vaguely remember from last time. It told me to go here to get, like, the upgrade for the super missiles or something like that. So, well, we're already wasting time. So, let's take a trip to the Watery Hall and hope we can find it. In the meantime, I suppose we can move on to those questions. So yesterday in the chat, some people asked some questions and made some comments, that I didn't see because I wasn't looking. I thought they would be worth talking about, because what else is there to do? So a typical pine tree asked, do you think games change for the better or for the worse as they age? And I guess this was like in relation to the monologue I had towards the beginning of the stream yesterday, where I had been talking about like the video I had intended to make for this game, but never ended up making, in relation to perspective and the way that art changes through time. And for me, I don't really think that games get better or worse as time progresses necessarily. I think that they just kind of change because people change. People evolve, their opinions and tastes change over time. The experiences they have, how they feel about certain things alters, and because of that, the way we perceive art and the things that we either did enjoy or didn't enjoy changes over time. And because of that, it's like, it's less so that things directly get better or worse, more is it that like things change. There is plenty of stuff in my life that I have like, plenty of like art in my life that I have like come to appreciate more as I have gotten older, because like I appreciated things about it that I didn't recognize when I was younger. Like, I remember, like, it's very easy to look at games like Left 4 Dead, for instance, that are like very simple zombie shooter games, and not like, as I'm older, I kind of appreciate the finer things in that game that make it so good. Like, the shooting is really tight, the sound design of that game is really cohesive. There's like a sound cue for every special infected in that game that lets you know what special infected you're fighting before you even see them. The map design is pretty good. Overall, just a lot of things in that game are really fantastic. But there are also games where it's like, games or art pieces where it's like, I think everyone's had that thing where it's like, oh, this didn't age very well, or like this doesn't really hit as hard as it used to. In particular, like, what I think about is like old YouTube. I think about like old YouTube shorts with like lower production values, and like old Gmod videos that I used to love a lot. They were very silly, very random, very all over the place. But I went back and watched them, like, I think maybe last year, and what I noted about them was that, like, it suddenly became so apparent how low the production value was. Like, it was just like a couple guys goofing around with Gmod, and like the humor was not my style very much at all anymore. It was like very immature, very so random of the time period. It's like, you know, when you go back and you look at a meme from like 2008 and it's like, oh, this isn't funny, it just reminds me of when I was like 13 and it feels cringe. And it's like, that's kind of where it's at. So I think that, like, as we grow older, as our perceptions change, our feelings about things change, and that's kind of where I was at in regards to RuneScape, a game that I had cherished a lot as a child, but my opinion on had changed an awful lot. But despite that, I couldn't hate it. It was a game that objectively I didn't think was very good, but I still couldn't hate it, even though my opinion had changed so much, because it was still an integral part of my childhood. You know, it was like still a very nostalgic feeling. I partially wanted to talk about how, like, nostalgia has like a grip hold on certain parts of our lives. The one line I actually like from the RuneScape video is that RuneScape is not a game, it's a memory. It's like, the idea of what RuneScape is more important than the actual game itself. Like, the memories I have associated with that game are what I imagine RuneScape as, rather than the actual game it is now. Because the actual game it is now is kind of irrelevant in my mind. It's like more about what the game represents, I guess, if that makes any sense. Where am I? I think I need to go to the Chozo Ruins from here. Which means I need to be somewhere. This seems like the right way. So, you know, bottom line, I don't think games necessarily get better or worse. I think your interpretation of games changes as time progresses. Even if it's like a game that's relatively stagnant, like, it's difficult to say these days with like games that constantly update, or games that have like new additions or remakes and stuff like that. It's like, oh, of course your interpretation would change because it's basically a new game now. But some games can remain completely stagnant and your opinion will still change because of, like... So I'm going back in here and we're going to go to the Chozo Ruins from this place. And get to the Watery Hole, which I believe is, one, an amazing name for a location, but also, two, I believe where the game told me to go to get the upgrade for super missiles? And then from there we should be able to progress. And if not, we're gonna do a couple more minutes of wiki surfing. Topaz had said in comments yesterday that he felt that, like, too many large streamers have become disconnected with their audiences because there's, like, I guess too many viewers, and that they also lack original content. And I kind of, like, half agree with that, I think. I think that when you are a sort of... I wouldn't know this, obviously, but, like, I don't really know the full extent of what it's like to be a large streamer or anything, but like, what I would assume is like, hold on, checking the map. I believe I need to go. Yeah, Watery Hall, not Watery Hole. That's my bad. I guess I was just seeing what I wanted to see. But in regards to larger streamers being kind of disconnected from their communities, I would say that, like, that probably happens, but I think it's, like, not necessarily intentional. I think that, like, when a streamer says, like, oh, I care about you or something like that, they're not lying. I don't think that they're like, oh, they're, like, super disconnected and they don't want to, like, not care, but I also think that, like, it's really impossible, realistically, to hold on to the opinions, wants, and needs of thousands, if not millions, of people that you do not know personally and cannot know personally. There's always that layer of, like, parasocial relationship that you cannot really fully comprehend or grasp. That's always going to be part of it. Like, I think in some regards, as much as the streamer is a person that is kind of just a person on a screen, the streamer can only see the viewer as, like, names in a chat room. It's what always interested me about, like, streamers is, like, they don't refer to, or they often don't refer to people as, like, their usernames. They'll refer to them as a collective chat rather than, like, an individual person, because it's easier for them to, like, conceptualize the chat as a singular massive hive mind kind of thing rather than, like, a massive body of unique individuals with thoughts and opinions and stuff like that. I think it's just a little too difficult for a lot of people to understand it that way, and I don't blame them. It sounds really difficult. Watery Hall has got to be around here somewhere. Gathering Hall, Watery Hall. I'm on the right path. Okay. It's to this way. In regards to, like, not having original content, I feel that as well. I think that, like, but I don't think that's, like, exclusive to streamers. I think that's, like, kind of everywhere on YouTube. I feel like a lot of content on YouTube is derivative explicitly, and not derivative in, like, the traditional sense of, like, derivative as in it's boring, it's usual, it's the same as everyone else. Although it can be that. I mean more like derivative in the sense that, like, it derives of something. Like, typically speaking, like, a lot of content I feel on YouTube is, like, people reacting to something, people responding to something, people commenting on something, playing a game about something, reviewing a movie about something. There is always a something, you know, like a movie, a video game, a piece of art that they're responding to, a major event in life, stuff like that. The actual amount of original content is, like, it's there, certainly, but, like, it's not, there's a lot less of it than I would say on, like, I don't know, like a Netflix or a Hulu or something like that. Like, if you go to a Netflix or a Hulu or something like that, or any streaming platform or any movie theater, the implicit idea is that the content there is original. It's like an original documentary, it's an original film or story or something like that, but, like, a lot of times on YouTube, it's like, oh, we're just talking about a thing that already exists, rather than making it ourselves. It's possible that occurs. There's definitely original content on YouTube, but I feel like there's a lot less than there used to be, especially now that the home movie days of YouTube are kind of gone. 4 runic symbols adorn the surface. Matching symbols within this room may be scanned to gain access here. Am I so stupid? I could have opened this door earlier, and I just didn't. Like, oh boy. This water's not poison anymore because we defeated the boss. Well, I guess what we need to know, if nothing else, we can progress through this room, since the answer was apparently quite obvious. But it may not have been doable if the water was poisoned. So, I totally get streamers not having, like, original content, especially, like, I know that I personally do not enjoy streamers who just kind of react to videos, but I also feel like that's kind of what they do. It's like, I don't think it's bad to share a video game, to share a work of art, or talk about something with an audience in a derivative format, but I do kind of feel the frustration of like, I wish you would just give me something that you made, rather than like, I don't know, provide me something that somebody's already produced. Like, I don't know, the feeling of like, I can interpret this for myself, what can you offer me kind of idea. I feel that. I totally get it. I don't really think I have a leg to stand on as a person who basically gave up making his own already derivative content to make streams. So, yeah, I don't really know how to fall on that. But that's where I'm at. I need to find this third rune. Oh? I don't think that's it. Roots originating from the walls, no compensation. The plant appears to thrive in toxic water. Well, they're gonna have a hard time now, huh? Lastly, a Faxor machine commented on balls. Specifically Metroid balls. The Morph Ball in particular, they commented about how there was like a large presence of the Morph Ball in this game. And I think I had said this like last stream, but I think, yeah, there's a notable presence of the Morph Ball in this game, and I think that's because there was a notable presence of the Morph Ball in the 2D Metroids, and I think what Retro Studios was probably tasked with was creating a 3D version of the 2D games, basically. And they were like, okay, how do we integrate these 2D mechanics into a 3D space? And when they came to the Morph Ball, they were like, alright, this is going to be kind of weird. Charge beam acquire. Okay, so we definitely did need to come here. And now I think we can definitely use the super missiles to get into that area. I see you. I see. I wish I had had this for the fights in the dark. This would have made fighting the pirates a lot easier. Can I charge with this? I sure can. Nice. Okay. So now we just need to go back to that area. And we should be ready to progress. But yeah, I think they were like trying to develop a 3D way to develop the Morph Ball into like a 3D space. And again, it's kind of weird and janky, but I also think that, well, not janky, it feels really nice. It controls well, it like rolls around in a satisfying way, and it is a little weird. What I will say, it's a little weird to like transition from like first person space shooter mode into now we're playing marbles. Like, seismic analysis complete, disturbances found in quarantine zone. Yeah, that's the next place we need to go to, according to the walkthrough I definitely didn't read. But I guess if all else fails, I just need to look out for seismic readings. But like, they seemingly are doing a lot with the Morph Ball, where you can lay bombs with it. You get a spider ability where you can climb up all the tracks with it. They want this ball to be interesting, and I think they do a largely good job of it. And even if it's kind of like weird the way that it interacts with like the scenery, like why are all these ball related tracks and holes in this alien planet, it doesn't necessarily need to make sense for it to be like fun and engaging. I think like it's okay to kind of get lost in it, I feel like. Like, sometimes it's okay to be like, yeah, I'm a ball now, and yeah, we ballin', but like, it's alright. I think it's okay if like not everything makes sense. That's kind of like one of my narrative pet peeves, I think. I do like to write sometimes, and one of my narrative pet peeves is like having to explain everything to the audience. Like, I don't know, let them make it up. Let them figure it out. Like, why do I have to explain why this particular thing happens? Like, sometimes stuff's unexplainable, or like it just happens because it happens. Like, it's like, something that I thought about talking about today also was like towards the end of the stream yesterday, I was feeling a little stressed out because I was entering like very basic, oh, I'm reacting to very simple things that are happening on stream kind of mode, which is like, it's very par for the course. It's fine. It's standard. Like, it's nothing too impressive, but it's also like a very okay thing to do, a very natural reaction to being forced to talk about something you're seeing directly in front of your face. Because, like, the actual standard reaction to playing a video game is to not say anything and just focus on playing it. Focus on being in, like, the game world, I think. But when you were prompted to be like, okay, but do that with improv. It's like the what? It's like being under the constant pressure of being like, hey, you're funny, tell a joke, right? If it's like, telling a joke is easy, but telling a joke after someone asks you to tell a joke is the most impossible task ever. It's absurd. Where am I going? Talon Canyon, Root Cave, transport to Bagmore Caverns East. Yeah, I can go this way. Wait. I think I can go this way. I might be wrong. But yeah, it does feel kind of bad to like get to that phase where it's like, I have nothing to talk about, so now I'm just going to look at things and be like, there's an enemy, oh boy. Like, it's like, because it feels like it's not engaging, it feels like it's unnecessary, it's like, I should just be quiet, I should just not say anything. I'm speaking just to speak right now. This is not where I need to be. But I also think that, like, generally speaking, the alternative, which is to overreact, to, act like you genuinely care about things happening in front of you as if they were, like, super important, is also not good. I think that, like, it's something that I learned, like, really, really early on, back in, like, 2015 or something, when I was still doing Let's Plays, was, like, is that it's okay to be kind of boring. Like, it's very tempting to be like, you can't bore the viewers, you can't, like, sit there and do nothing, because the viewers will get bored, and you'll lose the viewers, and you'll be like, ah, no, but it's okay to lose the viewer sometimes. It's okay to be boring. It's better to be genuine with yourself and, like, not try so hard, because, like, well, not try so hard in the sense, like, you shouldn't try, but, like, not try so hard, like, you shouldn't try to be something you're not. You shouldn't try to, like, overact and, like, attempt to be something you're not, because you're gonna exhaust yourself. I remember when I was, like, doing Let's Plays back in the day. I have no idea where I'm going. Chozo Ruins West, Magmore Caverns East. I guess I just have to go to Magmore Caverns East. I don't think that's quite where I want to go, but it's where I have to go. Anyway, I remember when I was doing Let's Plays back in the day, I wanted to have this wild and wacky persona. I wanted to be this, like, Let's Player who screamed at the top of his lungs when something crazy happened, but, like, I would, like, really beat myself up when I didn't do that. But the thing is, I just don't react that way. I'm not really surprised when that kind of stuff happens. Horror games are not really my thing because, like, at best, they kind of scare me and I don't want to play them. And at worst, they're kind of boring and I just don't have any real reaction to them. And, like, things affect me emotionally a lot of the times, but they don't necessarily create a wild physical reaction that is, like, humorous. I wasn't really able to replicate the physical comedy, and I always felt like that's not enough. You're not funny enough. You're not doing good enough with this, I think. It was, like, emotionally draining in a lot of ways. So eventually I was just like, maybe I can just be myself. That's fine. Like, it's like kind of dull at times, but Magmore Caverns North. I guess we'll go this way. I need to get to Fendora. Fendoran? I want to say it's called. But I'm not quite sure on the topography. We'll get there. We will get there. The question just is, how long will it take to get there? I don't think I can make that jump from here. It's the issue. Can I actually... that's very weird. I can get over here, but can I do the loop-de-loop? I cannot. Okay. It was worth a try. But like I've kind of resigned myself to the idea that I'm like a very boring person. I'm not like especially exciting in many ways. I just kind of like feel the way I feel, react the way I react, and that's kind of how it is. Like if I don't feel happy or I don't feel sad or anything like that, I don't try to fake it or hide it, because like it's exhausting to try to do that. I don't like doing it. It's so for me it's more about trying to express myself in a more genuine way, I guess. As genuine as someone can actually present themselves in an online forum, I guess. Neighbor, Sun Tower. Rotate. I think I can get through there. Never go on a trip with me through the woods. You will die. We will get lost and you will die. Another thing, like, I had noticed, but I think that, like, Topaz, which was one of the people who commented yesterday, had said was that, like, it's basically not really about how hard you work on YouTube. It's more about, like, being lucky in terms of, like, making, I don't know, being successful on the YouTubes, on the Twitch or whatever. And that's pretty much correct. It's mostly a lottery draw, but I do think that like you need some level of work to succeed. Like you can't just not post videos and get 1 million subs or anything like that. But I also think that like, because believe me, I tried. It's more like you can definitely try your hardest and still get nowhere. You can try your hardest and get somewhere, and whether or not you get somewhere is largely not your decision. There are a lot of really talented actors who just never make it anywhere because the industry is just kind of cutthroat. There are a lot of streamers out there who are probably really talented and never get anywhere because it's just such a saturated market. There's like, I just think there's, it's not only that, but there's just a tremendous amount in life that isn't necessarily within your control. It's like, I don't think that means like you should never try. I think you should definitely still try your best. You should definitely try your hardest, but at the same time I feel like even still one must come to recognize that like there are certain things that are beyond your control. Can I like... Well, that really puts a dent in my plans, huh? So that's the Arboretum. Sun Chamber. Well, if I turn around... No, this is gonna lead me back where I came from. Ow. Yeah, like, you can definitely try your hardest, and I think that you should. But at the same time, I feel like there are no guarantees in regards to your success. So I think it is best to do it for your own enjoyment, because there is no guarantee that you will succeed, nor that you will be lucky enough to get anywhere. Like, the fact that anybody chatted at all in the stream yesterday is kind of a miracle in and of itself, that I think largely occurred because people came from, like, they are coattail subscribers, as I like to call them. People who came from, like, what I'm probably going to guess is, like, Max's YouTube. Maxor's YouTube, basically. And I'm going to guess that... Okay, so if I go back to this main plaza, I might be able to... Am I going the right way? If I go left here. I'm very lost. Anyway, yeah, so runoff subscribers from, like, Max's channel. And even that is largely a case of luck. Like, I won't deny that Max works very hard on his videos. He's a very extremely talented editor, arguably influential in, like, the gaming space. I won't deny that. And in terms of, like, who wins the editing contest, he does, no doubt. But at the same time, him getting big was largely a stroke of luck that happened when one day one of his videos got algorithmed. Like, he worked very hard for where he's at, and I'm proud of him for it. But at the same time, him kind of getting big at all, which, relatively speaking, he's very big, especially compared to all the channels that are not big, but they are still bigger fish, I guess is what I would say. And all that considered, it's still kind of a miracle that it happened to him, and thus it is a minor miracle that anything happened to me, I guess. I was very fortunate to happen to know somebody who also happened to be very fortunate, and we were both very fortunate to be born in a place where we had access to, like, the internet and computers that could do this, like, high editing, high streaming type stuff at all. Like, you can't even begin to think about, like, oh, I want to be a streamer if you don't have, like, basic internet, basic food, shelter, whatever. Like, some people have dreams but just have to put them on hold, like, indefinitely until they can get their basic needs met. So there's just an incredible amount in life, I think, that is just not in your basic control. I think you can prepare and batten down the hatches for the biggest tornado, but it doesn't necessarily stop the tornado from coming. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to sound like a downer by saying this. I still think that, like, if you put a ton of effort into, like, your work and stuff like that, you can make something really amazing. But you won't necessarily, but I don't necessarily think is that you will make something that is inherently popular or something that is inherently, like, remembered. But I also don't think that's, like, those things are necessarily important. Everything gets forgotten in time, like, and that's okay. Maybe that's, like, something to talk about another time when my head's more screwed on straight and I'm not lost as much. But I think it's just really important to remember that, like, we're here for this moment, for now, and, like, you know, we're here for this moment, we're here for now, and we should make things that are meaningful and fun to us. We shouldn't be, like, super concerned about, is this going to be my legacy? Is this going to be, like, how many subscribers is this going to net me or anything like that? I don't know. I get very existential when I'm bored. Or, at most times, really. You kind of, like, get in a phase where you either have nothing to talk about, so you get, like, weird about it, or I believe this is where I meant to be. Yeah, okay. We'll get to there one day. 40 minutes and no progress. This is pretty good. Okay, so we're here. This is transport, that's where we just came from. We need to find the place that transports to Fendora, so it's not that far. Supposing I can find it. There's no fall damage in this game, but they sure make it look like there is. I guess, like, why I have this desire to make things, even in, like, a derivative, of course, in this capacity, meaning, like, derived off of other media, or other content that already exists. Like, this need to make stuff based off of that is... like, want to make stuff that has an impact on people, in a sense. Like, maybe not in, like, a way that actually matters, like charitable donations or anything like that. You know, heaven forbid. I can't be the star if, like, if I'm helping people that way. But, more like, I think about, like, the way that art and media has an effect on people. The way that people can be like, this show changed my life, or it really changed my way of thinking. And I think about shows like maybe Nichijou or RuneScape that have, like, undoubtedly, like, changed the way that I think about the world, or, like, my perception on things. And I think, like, I want to be able to do that for somebody else. I want to, like, change the way that people think through, like, something I made or something I contributed to. I want to have something that I said mattered to somebody else. And it doesn't need to be eternal or anything. I understand that, like, if what I made ultimately only matters for a moment and then it goes away, or if it only really matters to, like, one person, but I guess I want it to matter, period. I don't want it to be, like, some sort of piece of fluff. Even if it is, like, a comedy bit or something like that, because even, like, fluff stuff can matter if it's, like... You know, sometimes what people need is, like, a very fluffy comedy type stuff. I don't consider Nichijou to be a very, I think it's very deep because I'm a crazy person, but I also think that, like, on a very surface, obvious level, it's not very actually... I don't think I went the right way. But I'm also like, no, I'm going the right way. But I also think that, like, at its core, it's still a very silly show. I think that, like, comedy can be just as meaningful as, like, a drama or any other kind of media, so long as it, like, reaches that right. You know, as long as it's sufficiently meaningful, it hits the right resonance. And I want to be able to make something like that. Or, I don't know, at least contribute something like that. And it seems like for a very long time I've been struggling to figure out what exactly that is. Alright. That ate a lot of my frames. He uses his massive attack where he attacks your... or he attacks your RAM. But I guess that's, like, my aspiration, my goal, to make something that really has a major impact on people, whether it makes them, like, laugh, cry, or just be like, wow, that really changed me, or something like that, you know? I have no idea how streaming is going to do that, but I've also, like, you never really know, because I didn't think that, like, a stupid anime show was going to, like, change my life in a meaningful way. And the way that, like, some people talk about, like, their favorite streamers or something like that, it's inspiring to see. Like, they'll be like, oh, this person changed my life, just with the way that they talked, or was just there all the time, or something like that. You never know. It's I always find that it's these strangest things that, like, people find meaningful. Like, or, like, the weirdest little hobbies that people have. They're just like, this is what means the world to me. It's always, like, the littlest, weirdest things. And other times it's religion. I don't know. Like, it's... Man is a creature grasping for meaning and, like, an inherently meaningless world. We're, like, born on this rock, and we don't know what to do here, because we're told, like, hey, reproduce, and after that, I don't know. Like, so, you gotta do something with your life after that. So, I think that, like, humanity's superpower is to derive meaning where there is none. Like, it's like... life doesn't I guess what I would say I believe is like life doesn't necessarily have inherent meaning, but humans create it, and that's kind of their superpower. That's what they're good at. They're like, when there is no meaning, humans create it. They find a reason to keep living. They find like things to do with themselves, and they are able to create both wonderful and horrible things as a result of it. I guess that's kind of deep, or maybe just kind of like weird, and it's like not second stream material, but it's also like, I noted some comments were like, I like it when you were open, of like the 3 people who actually commented. Some of them were like, I like it when you were kind of open though, or I liked your monologue, so that's something I'm considering. And also just like, I wanted to stream because I felt like it was a good place to talk about ideas and feelings that I had. As opposed to, like, I don't know. I didn't really have a method to do it previously. Like, you can always, like, write or something like that, but then nobody's watching. I can't monetize that. So I need to go back to the ruined courtyard. So yeah, I just need to get my bearings once again. Every new area, it's like... the dad checking the road map of Ohio, like, oh boy. It's like, Dad, all you need to do is follow the interstate. Like, but I can find a faster way. Like, no, Dad, just follow the line. It's easy. Oh boy. My dad used to take me on a lot of road trips, and then we stopped, presumably because nobody wanted to go on road trips. Perspective. So from here, I need to go. No, I see. Okay. My dad used to take me on a lot of road trips. We would go like cross country, and we stopped doing that. Both because I think we ran out of the money to do that, and because I think no one was really interested in doing it outside of him. It's a very dad thing to do, to be like, hey kids, do you want to go around the country and see these notable landmarks? And we're like on our phones or laptops, and we're like, no. Like, it's like, I do not want to do that. I feel bad for him sometimes. Okay. Oh yes, I remember this. This was the I don't want to platform anymore. It's part of the game. Alright. It's not as bad as it was the first time, but it's still not good. Like... I see, if I do a charge shot near one of these electrical guys, they'll be drawn towards me. I don't like this part of the map, because I have to keep going through it, and it's a little tedious to keep having to do this over and over. I did play Metroid Dread, I think, when it came out. And I have to say, it's a lot like this, but in a 2D space, and more things are chasing you. I felt like the big I definitely missed something. Jozoi's Temple, Shorelines, Ruins Entryway. Yeah, I missed a door. Alright. Run it back. Run it back. Oh boy. Okay. At least I don't have to do the puzzle again. That's good. Alright, so... Ruins Entryway. Also... Oh, that is a problem. If you would give me just one moment. I was checking something. Okay. We're back. I had to pull up the chat. Because I didn't do that last time. And I thought I could pull it up on my phone, but my phone is very weird about YouTube. It wants to be in restricted mode always. Even though, like, there's no reason for it to be in restricted mode. I didn't set it for that. It just wants to be. I've done everything I can to, like, get it out of restricted mode. It just won't not be in it restricted mode. Hold on a second. Is this going to be one of those things where I'm going to have to go, like, halfway across the map to find, like, the entrance to Ice Ruins Access, Ice Ruins East, Plaza Walkway, Ruins Entryway? Is going to be one of those things where I have to, like... No, because there's, like, no exterior access. Then how do I get in there? I can't go in through here. There's gotta be a way in there. There's gotta be some way to penetrate it. I'm sure there's like a very simple solution to this that I'm just not getting. Well, that's silly, isn't it? Was that the boss that I fought, like, earlier? I guess we'll never find out. Yeah, it does look like I have to go this way. You know, I think this game might be like an hour long, and it's just the getting lost part that makes it hard. Because there are definitely like speed rewards for beating Metroid games faster. Like traditionally it's like Samus takes her suit off at the end of the game if you beat the game under a certain time. So these games are meant to be beaten like kinda quickly. but not too quickly. This runs west. Okay, so I definitely need to get up there. Yeah, that is the person I fought in the boss room. So step 2 would be to find the place to get up from. I do not think it's here. Hey, I believe it's over here, and I believe I'm gonna get hit by like 400 ice cube boys before anything happens. There's the icicle that I knocked down previously. Oh, and I fell down. Alright. That is very much the beginner's trap. Beginners and experts who have been playing this for 400 hours trap. Sort of deal. Jump up here. What? I don't really understand what just happened there. Okay, so... I believe I need to go here. Clean. I feel like I've definitely entered that state now, where it's like, oh, I exhausted all the things I wanted to talk about, now I'm going to, basically say nothing, and say nothing of substance for the next several hours while I jump around and play a game. It's difficult to create something from nothing. I don't actually know if I needed to do that. I might have needed to do that. Okay, only an hour in, and we can finally move on to the place we need to go to. Should be a power conduit here. So if I just shoot it? Seismic disturbances located. Looks like a boss, so it might be good to save here. I suspect, but do not know, that the game is going to want me to use super missiles on account of the acquiring them now. This is a very... I kind of like that. That was a nice, cute little set piece. Quarantine zone. What could be here? A COVID-19 joke, perhaps? You know, some of the aliens in this game are really creative. Some of them are large rocks. I guess we can't be winners every day, huh? A new creatures entry has been downloaded to your logbook. Thardus, an animated sentient creature of stone charged with phase-on radiation. Phase-on radiation given off by the Thardus negates auto-targeting systems, preventing lock-on. It may be possible to acquire alternate targets with a different visor. So we have to use the thermal visor? Got it. The chaotic nature of the phase-on radiation leads to instability in its structural integrity. Thardus can encase targets in ice, and its colossal size and strength make it a formidable opponent. Oh, he can do the roly-poly too. It's kind of difficult for me to tell with the thermal visor if I'm actually hitting it. Could be going worse. How could I have not noticed his giant glowing weak point before this? I must admit I'm also a little hesitant to make the... I feel like at times I'm making like very gamer jokes. You know, I don't know what you would describe it as, but sort of like witty observations about the game world. And I don't know how you make that like not feel overdone. Like, I don't know how you make talking about a video game in a sarcastic way not feel like it's been done to death, because I mean, it has. Like, it's... But I don't know. Maybe that's just the culture I grew up in. You know, an online space where everybody waxes, like, humorous about, like, the nature of video games. To the point where it's just kind of, like, annoying now. Watch out, Doctor Who, it's a Thardus. Ugh. Maybe I should be shooting missiles at this. It doesn't seem to be taking a lot of damage from regular pellets. Well, that works quite a lot. Whoops. That's not the missile button. Oh boy, this one's gonna take a while, isn't it? What? One Ultra Missile seems to instant kill it. Issue being the lack of Ultra Missiles. Ow! His actual capacity to hurt me is seemingly limited. Like, he can certainly hit me, but not for much. Charge shots seem to work better, since we don't have missiles. I guess jumping over him was a little ambitious. He asked me how I wanted my Thartus, and I said, on the rocks. Get it? Because he's cold, he's made of ice. Kill me. I hope you really enjoy the button ASMR I press as I rapidly slam the controller to get unfrozen. Incidentally, that's a valid strategy for making your computer unfrozen. Just rapidly slam it. I'm, glad I saved before this, but at the same time... This, I'm not sure I like this boss fight. Like, conceptually, it's fine. I understand what the gimmick is, but I feel like it overstays its welcome a little bit. Like, this is taking a very long time. Maybe I was supposed to pick up, like, an item that gives me a power-up or something, and that would make this boss go easier? Or maybe you're just supposed to be really accurate with your missiles. But at the same time, it just kind of feels like this is going on forever. I have my misgivings with the Soul series, but I will say that their boss fights are typically about 2 minutes or so. They're not very slow. You know, you either win or you lose within about 2 minutes, and I think that's like, boss fight should feel expedient, but also like satisfying. It shouldn't. I think long boss fights are fine, but it should feel like you're progressing in some way. And in this, it kind of feels like, alright, we gotta hit him, we gotta hit him again. It feels less like, it feels like after a while my victory was basically assured, but now we're kind of just going through the motions. Like, what the heck? Ladies and gentlemen, it's the item we've all been looking for. The final ball. This should give us the ability to do some wacky stuff. Maybe it would have helped if I had read how to use the spider ball. Press R and ZR to activate the spider ball. Okay. Okay. Roly-poly, keep on rolling. There should definitely be some new places I can reach with this. In fact, it shouldn't be too far from this elevator. There was an area near Magmore, one of the elevators in Magmore caves, the Magmore Caverns, which had a spider ability sort of thing going on. This appears to be a new area, though. Maybe it'll loop back around? That took more of my HP than I would have liked. No dice. Looks like that's just blocked. Looks like there was certainly an area we could have gone, but the game is specifically blocking it from us. So we're going to first not do that, and second find an alternative route. That directly leads into a pit of lava. We'll avoid that. It looks like they all lead into pits of lava. I dare say, what is the point of this sequence? North channel door sealed. I see. This machine is functional but is not receiving power. 3 nearby power conduits must be energized for it to open. So we are looking for power conduits. That's 1. That's 2. Looks like the third one over there. I see. Nothing we can do in here, it seems. Oh dear. We're being timed. Access to north channel door granted. Lava within channel has been cooled. You mean to tell me this wasn't required? That I risked my life for an E-tank? I mean, that's fine. It's just... I thought it... You know, I was under the presumption that we were doing this for a reason. Hi. Puddle Spore, sentient floating lava mollusk protected by an impenetrable shell. A puddle spore opens when approached, attempting to intimidate with its size. When opened, direct fire to its mantle causes it to flip into a defensive position. If it can slam shut, it ejects a spread of harmful energy globule. Was there something I was supposed to get up there? I feel like that might be for later. Whoops. Hope that didn't sound too bad. Hello. These guys kind of remind me of like the red dragon thing from Yoshi's Story. Do you know what I'm talking about? This is familiar, but at the same time... Like, I feel like I've been here before, but I also feel like that platform was, you know... The charge shot has been making things easier, if a bit more inaccurate. I find myself in video games often doing this thing where I'll like switch between different ammo types or different weapons simply to watch the animations. I find them interesting. This area of the map feels familiar, and yet I do not think we have been here before. Is it a different area that has been retread? So that's definitely the spider area. I see, I see. Here we go, roly-poly, keep on rolling. Ah, was this the place that enters from the elevator from earlier? Indeed it was. Well, before we go in there, I want to see if there's any area around here. That, is... Oh, shoot, wait a minute. No, I was hallucinating. I thought I saw like an electrical grate in there someplace, but I guess I didn't see that. I do not know what I see. Are there tracks over there? No. I am mistaken. Well, I do know one place where there are tracks. So if nothing else, I can get dunked in the lava like a boy at a carnival school parade. I think I have seen a dunk tank one time in my life. So I cannot even confirm if it's real or not because it may have been a dream. But somebody did get dunked once. And I guess that's what really matters. So I believe if we go back to the morph ball room, there will be a track. What is this music, and why is it so good? Maybe I'm just a sucker for, like, choral stuff. I do love me a good chorus. I didn't kill him. Whatever, if he lives that long, he deserves to live. It's my favorite room, the morph ball room. It's morphin' time. Somebody beat me with a hammer. I don't want to live in a world where I feel the need to make Morbin jokes. In the year of our Lord, 2023. I think I just had like a mental relapse into that situation where you write the previous year on like all of your notes for like the first 3 months of the year. I wanted so bad to say 2022. Whoops. Hold up. Okay. I didn't know this was here. Last time I went into the proper hole, so I guess there are rewards for going into the wrong hole. Kids, ask your parents. But anyway, there should be a track that I can magnetize to. Yep, here we go. Roly-poly, keep on rolling. Let's find out where this leads. Oh, thank goodness. It looked like a boss arena. But I guess it's just a regular arena. Regular good old level up your units outside of the main story arena. Large stress fractures can be... So shoot it, right? Let's just shoot the structural integrity of this fortress. I don't know what could go wrong. What could be wrong with going in guns first, guns ablazing, and not thinking about the consequences? That didn't seem to do anything. But I do see what they're getting at. They want to obfuscate these pillars via these enemies. And these guys got a pretty big hitbox. This is fine, I think. So there's definitely a way up there at some point. But I do not think we can get up there yet. I was honestly just looking for a way to get more missiles. So these guys also need to be built up with missiles. I don't think I have enough missiles to defeat these guys. Or defeat the pillars. Like, I have 3 missiles, so even if I land all of them, I still won't have enough for the 4th pillar. I see. Do these gaseous boys, who appear to have disappeared entirely, do they drop missiles? I'm going to fight this guy and see if he drops any missiles. Climate anomaly detected. I guess we know where we're going next, but I still want to investigate this area. I'm actually going to go out and walk back in to see if I can't generate more missiles. Actually, aren't there some creepy crawlies on the walls here? There are. That should do. Nothing makes me more safe and secure in this game than having an actual, place that I know I can go and having the materials to do things in it. Like, no, 8 resets? That's awful. Four times 10, 4 times. Okay, let me think. There are 3. Okay, so let me consider. There are 3. So if there are 4 crack structures with 3 missiles each, that means that there needs to be 12 missiles per, which means that I need a maximum of like 36 missiles in order to get through all this. Which is more than the amount of missiles I have. Is this a crapshoot? Like, am I boned no matter what because I simply do not have the amount of missiles I need to get through this area? Like, not a single one of you could drop missiles. Yeah, I guess I can't do anything here until I get more missiles. That's a real shame. Well, if nothing else, I can at least know where I'm going now. There's the burn dome. It looks like I have a place to be. Missile tank over there. Really? Come on, that could have counted. Just grapple point. That's definitely what I need to do to get it. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Exciting ball gameplay. I mean, for what it's worth, I do actually like the ball parts. They're interesting. They're different, but I do like them. Did I just miss something over there? Where, like, there was an entire room I just didn't go into? I remember going into this room on a different playthrough, like the first one. But, oh, I remember this! I couldn't go in here originally because it was too hot, and I still can't do anything because it needs a grapple beam. What a waste. I was definitely thinking about jumping across it, but I'm kind of thinking, like, they wouldn't let me get away with that. They wouldn't. But I think I should have enough missiles to do that thing now. Albeit, it's going to be a little bit janky. I think I'll have like 4 misses tops. and that'll be as much as I get. So where was that anyway? Hive totem. Tower of Light. I think that sounds about where I was. Was that where one of the artifacts was? I don't think so. In fact, I think I've kind of just forgotten about the existence of the artifacts. It's more just like, oh, is this a place where the game needs me to go? Is this a thing? Is this a new fancy item? We're kind of just taking it as it comes at this point. These spider controls are kind of weird for the spider morph ball because it inverts your controls as soon as you get into the spider morph ball. I'm not sure why it did that. I'm sure there's some technical reason why they were like, we should do it this way, but I don't really know why they did it that way. Maybe it's to make, like, going around in a vertical sense feel more natural. So this should take 36 missiles total, which means I can miss a total of 4 with the missile count that I have now. One miss. Two miss. Three miss. Stakes are high. Ow. Okay. If I shoot behind them, it should be alright. Alright. Hopefully that's all of them. That looks like all of them anyway. Now what is this? What is this? Some kind of mansion? The Wave Buster acquired. What does that mean? A powerful attack uses missiles while active. Using the wave beam, press and hold A to charge, then press X to fire. Hold A for continuous fire. So I got like super missiles for the wave beam. And that's interesting, I guess, but like it's not useful. Or like it doesn't always progress. Moreover, I still have no idea how to get up here. It might be a later item. That's typically like half of the answers in this game. It's like, oh, you can't get in here? It's not a design, it's a later item. Oh my. That is very impressive. Albeit it eats missiles. It really eats missiles. It looks like our best bet is to go to the furnace and try to find a way in. Huh? Wasn't this blocked by ice before? Guess it's worth checking out then. In that case, we're gonna need to go up and to the left. Up and to the right? It doesn't matter. I wonder if this was the best game to start streaming on. One of the difficulties I found, I remember this from my Let's Playing days, and also just now, is that there are certain games that are kind of more ideal for streaming than others, because there are certain games that have a lot inherently to comment on, and others that do not. I think that a good streamer can comment on anything, which I think is why I'm not the best at this. I'm failing to find a lot to comment on. But I also think that, like, it's, you know, it's very much a talent to be able to improv and, like, find things to say about anything. But I also think that, like, there are some games that are just really not built for it. Like, I think about people who, like, stream Civ 5 or something like that. It's like, how do you do that? That game is so long and so arduous, and it's just, like, turns and turns of not a whole lot going on. As opposed to, I don't know, games that were built specifically for streamers, like, I don't know, Quap or Bennett Foddy Getting Over It. Like, games like that were built to be reacted to be screamed at, and there are other games that are just like, nah, how would you ever stream this? Like, they may be good games, but they may just not be, like, streamable. You know what I mean? I guess I have a respect for you if you do manage to stream those games and do it well, but I also have, like, a weird sort of, like, huh? Almost feeling towards it, like, why would you even try? Like, there are certain games that just kind of have the weird aura of, like, you wouldn't stream this, because it's like, is it really exciting? I guess that's, like, why certain games develop esports scenes. Like, there are tons of games that are competitive, but only some develop esports scenes because of their, like, general watchability. Like, there are plenty of games that are competitive, but not all of them are exciting to watch. Like, arguably, Risk is competitive, but it takes like 7 hours, and by the end of it, nobody wants to play it. So I mean, like, I can give this area a try. I mean, like, I don't lose anything from not giving it a try. Oh. Not what I meant to do. But I think it implies that there is a door there. Now, this could be one of those things where the map is faking me out, and it's like, oh, the door is actually on the other side of the map for some reason. But on the other hand, like... I see. I see. What if we just jumped over all the lasers? Hello? This is certainly different. It may not have been required, but I think it was worth the effort. We need to get over there to the furnace. So that means we need to get up there somehow. Oh, I know how we get up there. The exact same way we did before. Before we do that, I'm going to save, just in case I run into a boss fight and then die. Do you enjoy the clicking ASMR? This is the energy core. That's the furnace. I have my suspicions that the... Ooh, doggy. This is gonna be a thing, isn't it? Well, progress has been made. Inch by inch, aggravating tooth and nail as it is. I must admit, that was a very long pipe, and it was kind of concerning how long it went. I was like, am I being sent down the garbage chute? Like, this is certainly a new area. I can't do anything without what appears to be an ice beam. I'm guessing that's the thing for the ice beam. Live streaming. Sorry, minor interruption. Anyway, we are certainly in a new part of the map. This is the benefit to being in new areas. There really are no wrong options until there are wrong options. This cordite statue is worn and weathered. Scan indicates the presence of a power conduit behind the statue. Looks like I'm gonna have to blow it up. A new Chozo lore entry has been downloaded to your logbook. Chozo script translated. Many Chozo are gifted with distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as a harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeking prophecy. Seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark, the worst of prophecies. The most common tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites, nurtured in a poisoned womb, the worm grows, devouring from within, until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, of course, but we cannot help but fear this dark portent. Is it talking about, like, mother brain? I think that's what they refer to here. Does it say something different? No one knows if our temple, the cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power of the cipher, which has been produced by linking 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all the artifacts in the future, the time when the entrusted one knows is approaching. So it looks like we must destroy the worm using our 12 artifacts. So the worm sounds like it's going to be like a Ridley or Mother Brain or some such. To the entrusted one, if you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Whoa, really? I couldn't tell. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs. Believing in the black promise of the great poison, they seek to harness it for their own ends. It is that these last in the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true and trusted one. I mean, I'm trying, but they keep coming back every time I re-enter the room. Something behind the wall seems to have been activated. I wonder what it could have been. Very nice lighting in these rooms. This game is a very fascinating mix of, like, being both mythical and fantastical, like a fantasy game, but also sci-fi. Only the holder of the 12 shall face the worm. Missiles fully replenished. Aberration, Chozo Ghost, spectral entity, bioelectric field invulnerable to natural energies. As these entities phase in and out of existence, the only way to track them accurately is with X-ray scanning. This partially phased nature makes them invulnerable to natural energy types such as fire, ice, and electricity. Their aggressive and erratic behavior is most likely due to the corrupting effects of Phazon and Talon V environment. They appear to be drawn to Chozo religious sites, where they wreak havoc upon anything that dares enter the area. I'm not sure I can fight this yet. I don't have X-ray abilities. I mean, I appear to be able to damage it, but tracking it is an entirely different thing altogether. The doors have been unlocked. Do you bestow a gift onto me, Sir Birdman? Ra. Ra was the Egyptian god of the sun that has the head of a bird. That's what I was thinking of. Things bound to an earthly shapes are temporal and frail, existing in a single dimension. They are fragile, vulnerable, and ultimately mortal. However, all things obey this law. Not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they waithe beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will is to defeat an evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. And will the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. This will be the entrusted one's trial. So they wanted me to fight a ghost. That's definitely one way to put it. There's a door here somewhere. Oh, I didn't think the game would actually let me cheese it like that. This may not be a cheese. This may be actually what it wants me to do. Safety shield online, Windows secure. Is this where it wants me to go? I see. There is definitely a door up there. But it seems like I cannot progress. The eldest greatest power lies beyond the second lock. Well, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot I can do here. I want to say there was another place I could go, though. But this was just a room I happened to wander into. Indeed. It was this thing. Looks like I'll need to find another one, though, because that track is incomplete. It can't be far. Because if it was, it wouldn't reset outside of this room. Seems like there's a lot of track space here. No, it simply mustn't. That is absurd. Is that really what it wants me to do? Okay. Alright. Fine, I'll play your game. I'll participate. You got me, game. This is a good puzzle. I enjoy. I'm like the kid with the with the. I'm like the kid. What was it? It was like the egg in a bag or something like that, and it's like the kid with the super long neck who says like, "I enjoy." That's where I'm right now. I enjoy. Okay. Okay. Oh, I messed up. Put me in the pinball machine. You know, incidentally, this is nice and all, but I'm realizing just now this doesn't actually, this doesn't, get me any farther to where I was going. Because I need to go, like, there. I do not think I can go there. Do I seriously? That's a nice reminder, but it does not tell me how to get there. I think what is important in this case is... Ah, yes. Can I jump on this pipe? No. So let's take a look and see where these pipes interconnect. What is this otherworldly pestilence that infests this land, seeking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did that meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or is it a roving chunk of planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe as yet unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps once coated in this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed, and if other meteors from it spread throughout space, bearing its evil to the far corners of the universe, we must hold fast to the hope that this is not so, that only the surviving remnants of this evil are here on Talon 4. Then, at least, there is hope for its eradication. Cool story. It doesn't tell me how to do this. I'm looking for very practical information at this moment. Hey, wait a minute. Did I come in through here? Oh, I remember this place. This is the furnace where we got the energy tank. So I get the feeling I need to be here. But in what capacity? I can get on top of there, but it doesn't give me the height I need. Can I? Perhaps there is something in that other room that I need to get. They appear largely decorative. Well, what I believe it said in this area is that it was looking for the relics. Relics we do not have. Is it possible that in order to progress we're going to need to collect those relics? It's worth a shot. If nothing else, we will have completed an arbitrary assignment. I don't recall it asking for any information that we could not get from other locations. So if we go to the Temple of the Life Giver, or the Life Giver, Temple of Light, Tower of Light, Temple of Light, whatever. There was that watery area, and inside of it there should have been a relic somewhere. But first, we must find it. Hello, I am under the water. I am looking for the Life Giver artifact. Yeah, that's Hall of the Elders, alright. Arboretum, Burn Dome, Crossway. Hive Totem, Sun Tower, Oak Tower of Light. It's all the way over there, man. Alright. Oh, there's a line. Alright. I saw this video today, and very rarely do I see a video that's like, oh, you read the title and you get everything from it. It's like, this isn't gonna be funny, I already read the title. Hold that thought for a second. Anyway, very rarely do you see like a video and you see the title and it's like, oh, they revealed the joke in the video title. This isn't gonna be funny. And then you see it, and then it's like, oh, yeah, that was funny. I had that today when I saw for the very first time everyone in Uganda knows Kung Fu, and I didn't think it would get me. It got me. It got me good. This is serious. Everyone in Uganda knows Kung Fu. That's the whole video. And man, it delivers. Well, it delivers like, I don't know. It delivers like an overpriced. Hold on a sec, joke processing. It delivers like Uber Eats, but at no cost. Thank you, I'll be here a week and anywhere else you want to be this week. So are these ghosts going to be like a regular occurrence now? Is this like... Oh man, I know exactly where it is. Oh boy. Potentially, but that would be silly. They wouldn't let me. They indeed would not let me. Perhaps it would be better to check for something else right now. I think I know what it's talking about, but I can't do anything with it yet. A sun chamber high atop a ruined home has become the nest of a great beast. Okay. Can I actually get in there, though? Was I supposed to go into a ball? I'm gonna try something, and if it works, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, I have to go south. If I had to, like, turn into a Metroid ball and sit on the Chozo's lap or something, I'm gonna be upset. Because it's, like, the obvious solution that was right in front of my face, and I just didn't think about it. And I walked all the way there, thinking like, oh boy, I gotta go look for the artifact. The optional artifact. Pretty spooky. Anyway. Didn't I go in through here? Yeah, but that's not where I need to go. I see. All things considered, pretty good dodge. I like to consider my streams long plays, because to consider them speedruns would be unacceptable at best, and atrocious, a disgrace on the art form at worst. Okay. You know, I don't know why I didn't try the morph ball at first, considering we've been doing nothing but morphin' and ballin' all, you know, all day. You know, it's difficult to have a superiority complex when you make a mistake, because who are you gonna sigh and look down on? Yourself? You can't have that. Sure, why not refill the missile? It's even circular. Will this work? I'm such a goofing ball. I failed the QTE, guys. Samus is dead. Sorry. Game over. Free pass. Goal! They had to have thought of, like, making us... I'm pretty sure they made, like, a Metroid pinball at some point, right? But did they ever make a Metroid Soccer? Ridley and Grade slapping Samus around. Would that be totally awkward? This appears to be the only one that I can unlock at this time. Ooh, how exciting and different. Mechanical structure of bridge indicates it can be rotated. Does that mean you can send me down the tubes, mister? There are even balls on his throne. Why? I'm such a goofball. I talk all this metaphorical stuff in the intro and I can't see the basicest of signs. Safety shield offline. Use caution near window. Is this the worm? He is less intimidating up close. Drainage shutoff is holding, maintaining the water level of reflecting pool at 95%. Oh. I haven't seen you in several hours. There's something here. Oh, it's a light. That would explain why it's giving off infrared signals. Fractures detected in the telluric alloy drain cover. Cover still functions, but its integrity is unstable. Oh boy. We're going to do what I always wanted to do when I was a kid and pull the plug on the ocean. Alright, fine. We'll do it your way. Hello. As long as we're here, we might as well, It's free health. Almost got it. Oh, shoot. Ricocheted off one of the pillars. That'll do, pig. Looks like there are 2 doors here. Ooh, safe spot. Just what I need. Looks like there's a secret area behind me as well. I may be stupid. Access to Talon Overworld East. Nice. And right next to a save room, too. Girl, are you a city in France? Because that's Nice. An attempt was made. What is this? Wait, is this the fabled ice beam? It is! We will be the scourge of flying types everywhere. This weapon can be used to open ice doors. It's not as beamy as I was hoping. There's definitely ice, but not as much beam. I'll take an ice. Hold the beam. I'll take a beam, hold the ice. Talon Overworld South. So I believe this is what the game told me to come get. The ice beam. It was like, you're ready for the ice beam. You're now cool enough for the ice beam. Zoom. Wasn't there a door I could open? In the furnace. I need the ice beam for it. So I could do that. Or I could go see what's in the furnace. Or in honestly what's in any of these other rooms that are blocked off. Kinda curious. And they might be necessary as well. Oh, so this is just a shortcut into the furnace. Alright, see ya. They really make them out to a they really make those enemies out to be a threat when I can just walk away from them. And use this to get into this room. A lot of shortcuts. But so far, nothing of too much meaningful worth. Talon Overworld South, Talon Overworld East. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're both going back to Talon Overworld. And I guess we're gonna have to find the location where we can use this ice beam next. I might be able to use it over there. But in the meantime, yeah, I suppose if I actually want to do the weird puzzle thing in here, or do the ice beam thing in here, I'm gonna have to fight these guys. Which is not ideal. Not because they're hard, it's just they take a long time. Okay. Thing is, I took like 7 points of damage from that fight. It was more just that it took a long time. Let's see where where the noob tube takes us. Where we roly-poly keep on rolling. Nice. A worthwhile usage of time. That leads back to the furnace. I think I want to go through here. So that's the save. And now all we gotta find to do is find another white door. Speaking of which, I haven't been here before. All sorts of nice surprises today, and ow, 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 ow. Ow. I remember this place. Rough day, pirates? Booty acquisition not going well? Ice is effective against flying types. What did I tell you? So this does appear to be the other side of the map. So it appears I got here by pure accident. Almost didn't. Nearly fell down that waterfall. would seem that getting the 12 artifacts was not necessarily in the slightest. Is the implication that Samus has to use different hand signals in order to activate these beams? That's kind of funny. Alright, I guess we got a bum rush, otherwise he'll knock me out of the door. This door has no power. A nearby power conduit must be energized for it to open. Okay. Remember when we were in some mythical ruins, like a couple minutes ago? And now we're in some, like, crashed airspace type stuff? The rate at which this game changes, like, environments is kind of impressive. And normally would be kind of jarring, but I guess it is an alien planet, so... A sudden calm. I know how to deal with these guys. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the tangleweed. Aqua Reaper, powerful aquatic tentacle, part of a submerged organism. Similar in nature to the surface-based reef mine, the Aqua Reaper is adapted to a liquid environment. It shares the poor vision of its rock-dwelling cousin, relying on crude sonar sense to seek prey. Unhindered by water, the Aqua Reaper has considerable speed and strength. Developers are always finding new and interesting ways to make water levels both very difficult to navigate and very atmospherically beautiful. It might honestly be faster to roll around than it is to walk in this particular state. I can indeed jumbo jump. It's just very... I have to get used to the underwater gravity. I don't know why some items sink and some items float in stasis. Probably for the sake of the player. Were I to wager a guess. That looks like our exit door over there. Four nearby conduits must be energized for it to open. Blast of electrical energize will energize the conduits. Oh boy. Underwater platforming quest, I see. So this is what it's like being a sea slug. A nudie break, as you will. I did this thing today where I was talking with some of my friends, and I like to do this thing where if somebody is really annoying me or getting on my nerves, I will recite in a very monotone voice, so my regular voice, the Wikipedia page for like a random thing until they stop talking, in the hopes that just being incredibly boring will cause them to be like, okay, please stop. It's torturous. And today's Wikipedia page was for nudie pranks, which are a type of sea slug. I also once sent a message to a girl, and I said, send nudies, and it was a picture of a nudie prank. I don't know if she got the joke. Am I going in here? That's not a hole, that's a plate. Okay. I got very caught up thinking about nudies, and as a result, I forgot that we were supposed to be doing something. I think you can probably hear the clicking of my controller. And that's a very weird... It's like not intentional. I don't really want you to hear the constant clacking. But my controller's kind of old, and also my mic gain is up a lot. Because if it wasn't up a lot, it would be really difficult to hear me. Because I am a very quiet person. So the inherent downside of this is that gravity pulses within the Pandera area. Pandera area. Gravity chamber. Gravity pulse is located. That'll be our next stop if I don't find anything of use in this area. And it looks like that might be the case. I'm yet to find those other two power sources. That's where it came from. Man, this new Subnautica update looking great. So... Is that it? Way over there? I thought like maybe it would be under the tentacles. No, that looks like that might be it. And here I was climbing up the entire tower thinking like, oh, it's gotta be at the top somewhere. It was right next to the door. Of course, it's in the most obvious place. I just need to walk into it. I always choose the most complicated solutions to the issue first. Underwater safe room. I feel as though I've made a tremendous amount of progress, and yet none at all. This game, I can see why some people think this is one of the greatest games of all time. It truly is a metaphor of life. You make a ton of progress, and then nothing changes. Power suit augmentation required to advance. I suspected we weren't going to be doing it like this always. An energy tank lies within this crashed lift. A concussive blast should destroy the lift's panel door. Why didn't you just say so? Oh boy. Here comes the fun part. I get to go all the way back to Pandrea. From the underwater. But it looks like if the gravitational rift is what I think it is, gravity suit, that means it'll help us progress through this area later. What's really spooky is them pulling me towards them. I really don't want to get pulled off the ledge and then be forced to walk all the way back. While it does exist in a 3D space, this game does become very reminiscent of other Metroid games as it goes on. There should be a more expedient way to get to Pendrea. Pendreon? I'll never pronounce it right, so... Oh boy. I apologize if anyone is like unfortunate enough to be watching this and like is like, man, you don't talk much. Yeah, I know. I'm new to this, and like sometimes I just don't have anything to say. Well, that's quite alright, because I think part of the game is taking it in, and I think it's important to say things that are meaningful rather than like, oh, just saying things to say things. I hope you can accept that. Maybe just chill out and enjoy the stream if you can. If not, I get it. You know, we've all got like limited time on this earth. And I'm not gonna be upset if you like don't want to spend it here and want to be doing it someplace else. But I do appreciate anybody who does stick around to watch. Truly. I do not think this is the way to Pendrian? Magmore Caverns North. Don't overworld. I actually believe I need to go to Talon Caverns North. Means I need to turn my ass right around. Which means I need to turn my ass right around again. Hey guys. Hey B. Am I caught on something? I imagine designing a map for a Metroid game has to be very, very taxing. In order to circularly connect everything to make sure all the rooms kind of interlace with each other. I suppose that they don't actually need to connect the way that they do on the map, but they need to, like, look like they do. Well, that's silly. I didn't think only his head would freeze. It is our long journey to the frigid north. Let's see where we need to go. This area. This looks like our destination. There's a nice path blocking this. Nice door blocking this. So it looks like we'll be going mostly north until we hit the ruined courtyard, and then we'll be going west. This game is really making me come to appreciate my GPS. I need to just suck it up and shoot that guy. It's not expensive to use one missile. Yeah, I think I have to go down this hallway, whether I like it or not. Hello, boss monster. Goodbye, boss monster. You remember a couple minutes ago when I was talking about how I only say things that are meaningful? Do you like my idle pratter? I note that these guys are a lot easier to defeat when you're not fighting them in the pitch blackness. When he stomps, the ground shakes a little. Quite disruptive. Very disruptive, incidentally. You know, I can't seem to double jump when he slams the ground and causes me to go upwards. I suspect this is because doing so would allow the player to jump into areas they're not supposed to enter. I didn't do a lot of debugging in my day, only a little, but if I had to guess as to why that's the case, that might be it. That's actually not what I need to do. I need to activate it. Why don't we see where this goes? Never tried it before. Surprise alternate route? This leads to the research lab, a place that I don't really want to be in. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got no place to go, gotta follow my chosen. Yeah, I appear to need to grapple to get over to that location. Until I have the grapple, it's no use to me. Alright, new location. All bets are off. Uh-oh. There's a health kit in there, apparently. These trees are clearly trees, but they appear to be tentacle-ish. I guess we're going to explore this entire area, whether we want to or not. Glider, docile airborne creatures with unusual magnetic properties. Gliders live a relatively peaceful existence. They have a magnetic signature attuned to the common grapple beam technology. The sport of glider riding involves using a grapple beam to attach to a glider, then staying on it as long as possible. I wonder if we're going to get the grapple beam anytime soon. They're dropping subtle hints here and there. What in God's name? Adolescent Metroid. Energy siphon tentacles increase its threat level. As Metroids develop, they become more efficient predators. Energy-draining tentacles allow them to attack at a distance. Quick to anger, a hunter Metroid will charge troublesome prey and attempt to ram it into submission. Cold-based attacks are still quite effective against these creatures. They live in an whatever. We're closing in on it. I cannot quite reach that. Nor can I quite reach that. Seems like there are fish under this ice. Missiles under this ice as well. That definitely tells me there is a missile expansion there. Perhaps a heat beam in the future might help. Supposing we get one of those. I promised you I'm not acting coy. I seriously have never played this game before. But I have played other Metroids before. And I am taking some wild guesses and theories as to what might be present in this game. And I have largely been correct. It looks like we're going to need that glider's help along with a grapple beam to get anywhere. So it might be better to try the other door. Progress hindered by liquid environment. Yeah, I caught that. Can I not jump up here? I was able to do it before. Am I insane? Come on, I can force my way up there. Yes! I don't even know if I'm supposed to do it this way. but I just don't know any other way up. Like... There we go. Oh, Nelly. Wait, are we back in the lab again? No! Please! Not the laboratory! That leads to the Frost Cave. Okay, so very clearly I actually need to go to the top. There's one last area I haven't checked. There we go. It's a little hard to tell with the way that that icicle cave is formatted, but there indeed was a path there. Quarantine core, tunnel. So I went everywhere. Except for down there, but I can't go down there because I need a gravity suit of some kind. So I guess I need to go back. This will lead me to the research core. Are there any doors in the research core that I am missing right now? Missile door. I think I need to go to the Frost Cave instead. But then who is phone? That appears to be our solution. Well, since that appears to be the way to where we need to go, why don't we check the optional way first? Oh my stars and garters, my intuition is never wrong. Ice packing, here we go. Did I interrupt something, gentlemen? Fendrana's Edge. I imagine I could do this if I had the grapple beam. I do not have that though. Oh boy, it's one of these again. You guys are the worst, you know that? Seriously, the worst. I suspect something to do with the electrical conduits of the jet fish. I believe that's what it's something called, like the jet eel or something like that. Well, the electrical eel also has to do with double jumping, which is why I wasn't able to jump on that crevice before. Gel Zap. Alright. Come on, buddy. I don't think there are any under the water this time, but I do suspect getting to them will be rather difficult. I see. Get it? I see. That appears to be where we need to go. Given enough time and confusion, I can make it anywhere. No challenge is insurmountable, except for the ones that are. Oh dear. I've done enough tentacling to know that this is not what I want. I believe this is what we were what we were coming for. And I will be coming for this. Finally, vaporwave aesthetic. The power was in us all along. Okay. Is there anything of note up here? Just making sure we've completed the map before anything else. Okay. Wasn't there that one place? In the Chozo ruins. The Tower of Light. That due to the water I couldn't do anything with. In theory I should be able to get up there now. Magmore Caverns south. I just need to head north from here. I'm not gonna be able to climb this with these in my way. Research lab, don't want to be there. I forgot that we're purple now. Blast of heat. Yep, nothing I can do right now. I believe this will take us to Magmore Tunnel, so I can use that to get to Chozo Ruins something or other. We should be alright. Venator South, Geothermal Core. Talon Overworld West. It should be alright for our purposes. There's lava beneath me, isn't there? The fact that that fungal spore makes pig noises is kinda... Now I need to go to the Chozo Ruins and to the Tower of Light. And there, I think I should find... something. And after that, I think I'll call it quits for today. It was a bit of a quiet one today, both in viewership and just in general. Not a lot of things said on my part. But that's quite alright. Progress was made, and it's another stream under the belt. I think the important thing to remember is that it's okay to chill out, and it's okay to be kind of boring. I don't want to stress about this. Like, it's very tempting to be like, oh, I didn't do very good today. And I think that, you know, I didn't really do super great, all things considered. But, I also think that, like, it's also no use getting hung up over, like, you know, a live stream. It's all supposed to be about fun. And if it's not fun, then why do it? So, I mean, I had fun playing the game today. The commentating wasn't, like, I think, to my standards, but it, you know, I think in order to get better at it, you have to practice. So, this is practice. And the good thing about having low viewership is that there aren't really a whole lot of people around to complain about it. I guess that's the benefit. So I believe it is in... should be here. In the Tower of Light. Not as far as I thought it would be. Many enemies in this game have become minor nuisances rather than legitimate threats. I guess that's what's having like 7 energy tanks does to you. And even the major threats are kind of minor threats at this point. You really do make Samus tanky in these games. Energy tanky. I'm not doing something right here. There it is. I have to boost right as it's coming down the curve. Now if I go down here, the use of the gravity suit. There we go. Whoop! There it is. Shows an artifact. I got it! The artifact of the Life Giver, the 5th of 12. In one of Tullin's far corners, a grove of life lies. Reveal the pillar beneath the waves to find the artifact of Chozo. Within the ruins of our home, we honor the fallen elders in a great hall. A chamber beneath the statue holds the artifact of the world. Is there an artifact in the Elder Hall? Gathering Hall, Energy Core, Furnace, Hall of the Elders. I'm not seeing it. Well, I guess that's a tomorrow problem. Let's go and find this safe station. It is unclear to me whether or not the artifacts will be a mandatory collection or a non-mandatory collection. There's part of me that thinks it's optional, but there's also part of me that's like, maybe not. Because it's like, oh, only those who have collected the 12 will enter this area and fight the worm. But also, like, there's also... There's also part of me that's like, maybe it's just an optional, because it's listed under a lot of other optional stuff. I think I'll go save on the ship. It's not quite centrally located, but it is a good place to leave off, I think. Progress was made today, if only a little. Not bad for being lost most of it. I believe that's today's stream. I hope to see you next time. Goodbye.